Okay, guys, come on, get a move on. We're going on soon. Ah, Hiroyuki Carter.
Hey, call me Hiro.
Pleasure to meet you. I was beginning to think you and your driver weren't gonna make it. I'm from Live, the camera company sponsoring this race, and I'll be heading up this event. Walk with me.
Look, thanks again. I'm really stoked about this. Thanks for giving us the shot.
Don't mention it. We're always on the lookout for new talent, and you and your friend fit the bill. And I don't have to tell you this, but you do right by yourselves in this race, and you'll see a lot of doors opening up for you.
Gotcha. We won't disappoint you.
Disappoint me? That's not what this is about. It's your chance to impress people who matter. The events my company organizes are a feeder for every racing family out there. You do want to race, yes?
Oh yeah, this is such a big deal for us. We've tried broadcasting our races, but no dice. I guess nobody wants to see nobodies.
Trust me. Just show the world what you've got in this one. You'll get followers like that. Run a good race, and you'll find your options and your followers increasing.
We'll give it our best.
Hiro, my friend. I don't want your best. I want legendary badassdom. Anyway, I've got to go. Something about putting on a race. Best of luck.
Okay, thanks. You're good to go, buddy. Break a leg. Hell, break anything you have to. Just drive like I know you can, and we'll be in the big leagues in no time.
Welcome to the city that never sleeps. In this event, you'll see New York taken over by racers in a way you never could have imagined. It's not just a city, it's a playground for the best pilots and drivers of today and tomorrow. Today to watch the first episode of this year's Live Extreme series. In this new season, talented newcomers have a shot at taking on established stars and a chance to impress all the racing teams out here. And believe me, they're watching. And just as important, they need to generate excitement. That's how fans flock to them. And that's what it's all about, right? Become a racer, steal the show, and see your follower numbers soar. Speaking of soaring, get a load of that jump. There you have it, folks. The numbers are going through the roof. And now Live goes to the extreme. You'll gain followers by winning, of course, but that's not the only way. Do a spectacular stunt like this, and the fans will come a-running. Check it out. We're 2/3 of the way through, and I believe we're watching a new star exploding onto the circuit. we kick it up a notch for the grand finale. This is how it is these days. Just being a good pilot isn't enough anymore. You've got to shine on and off the course, staying sharp on the social media side. It's simple math. The more followers you have, the more followers you'll get. Sign on with your first racing team, and the second will start looking at you. Pile up supporters, and the contracts will be knocking on your door. To put it another way, a driver who attracts enough followers will open up new styles of racing. We call them disciplines. You'll call them awesome. And isn't awesome what we're all after? From the heart of New York City, this was the Live Extreme Series, Episode 1. Thank you for watching, and remember to follow us on all social media.
Cool, it is official, my friend. We have made the big time. We're still gonna have to prove ourselves, but that's more than fine. You know, we've got the right stuff. There's so much to try. Boats, planes, all kinds of cars. It's like the world's biggest buffet menu, and we gotta take a bite out of everything. We're talking street racers, off-road, pro racing, freestyle. We could take a test run with any of them. Or if you ask me, do them all. Pick which one you want to try first, and let's go. My friend, welcome to the Motor Nation. Now, we've got 4 ways we can get this puppy rolling. It's your pick. How do you want to start?
Look what we have here. The name's Luttrell. I'm sort of like the unofficial welcoming committee for the street racing family. We tune our rides, show them off, and race them. If that sounds like something you want in on, you gotta show me something. I'll loan you a car, but you gotta do the driving. If you win, you're one of us. Just remember, the car's a loaner. Don't scratch it.
Three, 2, 1.
All right, you did it. Now come with me. Got something for you I think you're gonna like. That was some fine racing, which means you punched your ticket to the spot, the place where the street racing community hangs. I'm part of the crew here that's looking to take what we do legit. Feel the same way? Maybe we can help each other out. This guy, on the other hand, wants to keep it on the streets. His name's Edgar Marquez, but you best call him Tio. He's the champion racer around here, the king of the quarter mile. You want to take a shot at him, it's going to take everything you got. And maybe a few things I can teach you. You got talent, but I can give you skills. You see those cars? One of them's yours. Reward for winning that trial. It'll be a little tougher to earn the rest, though. You gotta buy those. Win enough races, get enough cred, and you'll get to play with all sorts of toys. Drifting, drag racing, you get the idea. You gotta run, and you gotta win. Now, pick your ride. Get behind the wheel, and let's see what you got.
Cool. You know how we were talking about tricking out our rides? Now we've got the tools to do it at the house. Just no flame decals, okay?
Listen up, people. I'm looking for a driver. If you can handle yourself on the water, and in the air and behind the wheel, obviously, though we'll come to that later, then maybe you've got what my team needs. Beat the posted time for the trial, and there'll be a spot for you. Fail, and well, I'm sure someone else will grab the opportunity. Alexis Kendrick Racing deals strictly with winners. And I'm Alexis, so I would know.
Three, two, one.
Congratulations, you got the gig. Let's go someplace we can talk about what happens next. That wasn't half bad. I'm looking forward to having you on the team. There's still some things you need to work on, but that's okay. I'll teach you what you need to know. It'll be hard work, but you'll see the results on the track, or the waves, or in the air. So, this is the pit. It's where the pro racing community preps. Now you can hang out here too. You belong. That's Clarence Bishop the Third. He's the reigning champ around here. Racing royalty, really. His father and grandfather were both champions, too. Which helps explain his attitude. If you start winning, he won't be happy with you. Clarence is old school. Doesn't think anything needs to change. A lot of drivers see things differently. Me, I think there needs to be some balance. You'll decide for yourself, I guess. Just in case you're wondering, there's a powerboat with your name on it waiting for you in the shop. Don't thank me, you've earned it. And you're gonna need it. The rest of these, you can buy later. Not that one, little grasshopper, not yet. You need to find the winner's circle a few times first.
A big hello.
In case you hadn't noticed, now we can edit videos through the Live app. Just open the map, search through it, and you'll find the tools you need. I'll bet posting those babies gets us tons of new followers.
There is no...
Hey there. I'm Wade Palmer. Maybe you've heard of me. And this is my show. I'm looking for someone interested in racing off the beaten track. And I'll loan you a ride to see if you've got it. What is it? Take the keys, my friend, and we'll find out. If you win, you keep the car and get a shot at running some real races. You lose, I take my ride back and it's so long. But you're not gonna lose, are you? Huh. I didn't think so.
Three, two, one.
Not bad. You and me, we got some things to discuss about your future. Come on, base camp and your new car awaits. Well, look who it is. You've made your bones. Now you belong here. So welcome to this little slice of off-road paradise. You'll find everyone here. Mudders, mountain climbers, and winners. And I'm betting that last one's what you're gonna be. That fool's Tucker Morgan, though everyone calls him Tuck. He thinks he's number one around here, but we're gonna show that tree hugger just how wrong he is. He likes to ride out and explore. Lots of folks around here do, which is their mistake. They ought to be focusing on racing instead. But their loss is our gain. Yours and mine. And like I said, you can go to the shop and pick up the car that's waiting for you there. Call it an investment in your future. The rest of them there, those you'll have to earn.
How'd you like to earn a little cash just driving around? This magazine asked us to take some photos. You can see what they want in your photo album. It's not mandatory, but the way you roll looks like easy money.
Welcome to our community of freestylers. I'm Sophia, and I'll be taking you on. Here, we're all about having fun. If you want in, it's easy. Get that plane, get ready to do every trick on that list in the order they're shown, and grab a barf bag while you're at it. Use the bag and you lose. Beat the score I've set and you're in. I'll show you what I can really do later, but for now, it's your turn.
3, 2, 1.
Now try a roll. To roll, level out your flight, then pick left or right. Move the stick in the direction you choose until you've done a full roll. Time to air drift. Just hold your right or left rudder pedal down for long enough and you'll get the hang of it. Knife flight can be tricky. Orient your plane with one wing pointing straight down and you've got it. Try a loop. Just pull the stick back until you've gone a full 360 degrees. Now, low altitude. Take a wild guess what that one means. Just be careful not to brush more than the treetops, or you'll get a crash course in landing the wrong way. That was awesome. Great flying. Okay, you need to meet my partner in crime, Emmett, at the barn, and then we can really get you rolling.
I'm Emmett. And you must be the new talent Sophia was talking about. We'll see if she's as good a judge of people as she is a pilot. And a driver. And never mind. You get the picture. Now, as to what this place is about, that's tricky to describe. You see these people? They work hard and they play hard. And they somehow make ends meet. Until you can wrap your head around that, you don't belong here. But heck, Sophia vouched for you, so you've got to be good folks. She and I have got something for you down at the store, by the way. That's down here. A place where you can pick up a few other rides when you earn the scratch. But, getting one for free ought to put a smile on your face. Just remember to keep smiling when she whoops you good up there. In the meantime, I suggest you figure out what you want to do. There's no rules around here except do your best and have fun. I expect you to follow them.
Guess what? There's an easy way for us to add followers. All you've got to do is cool stuff like flying under bridges, drifting, or taking big jumps. The more stuff you chain, the more followers we get. Hey, just rig things so you can fast swap between two vehicles of any type. Who's got your back? Me. It's me. I do.
Three, two, one.
One and all, we're so glad to have you here today.
First place. I don't know how you're doing it, but keep it up.
look! We got loot for that! You should grab it. I'm sure it's gonna come in handy. Here, you'll find the different things you could do with each family. It's everything tagged on the live map, just organized differently. You can find events, of course, sorted by disciplines. Skills are also here, so you can try to beat records set by your friends and rivals. And last but not least, there's the photo album. Hey, remember how I rigged it so you could fast swap between 2 vehicles? Now you could do it between 3. No need to thank me.
Three, 2, 1.
Look at the hot shot rookie. Thinks they can just roll in and walk away with it.
You race for pinks? We're gonna be walking, all right.
Now, this is what it's all about for some folks. Rides, the people, the party. Easy to see why going legit doesn't appeal. Gonna take some time to get more people to see it my way. Time I've got. Just look at those cars. There's some mighty fine rides lining up out there. But you know who I'm thinking our friends should be watching out for? That plain-looking one right there.
Huh? Doesn't look like much.
It doesn't have to if it's got the right kind of monster under the hood. And if you're not careful, that monster's gonna eat you up.
3, 2, 1.
Wow, your sleeper car just woke up in a big way. The loot consists of parts you can use to upgrade your rides, so keep bringing it in.
Street racing's got history. It didn't start with us. Some say it began in the 20s with bootleggers. They needed to outrun revenuers, so they tricked out their cars in order to make a clean getaway. Those souped-up roadsters and stock cars, you can draw a line from them to the street machines you see today, and from those drivers to us.
Ah, sweet! Up till now, we've only gotten green loot, but other colored loot has even cooler stuff.
This is hallowed ground you're driving on. Right here is where Tio, the champion, made his bones. If you win here, it's damn certain you're going to attract his attention.
this event is available. What's not so cool, though, is that it's still locked. You want to unlock it? Just make sure you have all the required vehicles and...
Security to the restrooms. Repeat, security to the restrooms.
I know I'm not usually the one saying this sort of thing, but are you sure about this race?
And I'm not the one who usually says you're worrying too much, but here we are. It's all set. Between this and the race in Vegas, we're showing off in new venues.
So we're hoping the big jump means big numbers?
That's the idea. It's a big chance we're taking trying a location like this, but we've got to do it. One thing will never change, though. Old-fashioned driving will always win.
3, 2, 1.
You're a winner. I believe that. Now prove me right.
You're running last, but at least you're still in it.
No risk, no reward. I guess that's one way of looking at it. You've got to evolve to stay relevant. If that means trying new venues, from downtown to 10 miles east of the middle of nowhere, then maybe that's what we got to do. But I know it's a gamble. It won't do us any good to win new fans if we lose the old ones. Finding a balance. That's the tricky part. Racing on the ocean's not like racing on rivers and lakes. You've got to fight the waves, but if you learn to use them, they can be your friend. Then you can ride them to victory.
Three, 2, 1.
That's right, you got the lead.
Get ready for a new chapter in the Live Extreme series, now available.
I got a call from Live. They want us back. Remember when we were outsiders just scrapping for a chance to compete? Now look at us. Hear that beeping? That's your radar going off, which means there's a live reward nearby that you can track down and collect. The closer you are, the faster the beeps. See if you can find it.
Welcome to the Gulf Coast, where we're getting ready for the second stop on the Live Extreme Tour. Last time we hit the city streets. This time, we're also going to go wild. We've got some giant spectators for this part of the course, and they're getting some giant-sized action. We're seeing the best from our drivers now, the moment when they're upping their game. It's going to be a gladiator match out there. And now for the big moment. It's time for us to switch up the competition. And it's up and over the ramp and into that beautiful blue water. At Live, we're proud of giving you races no one else can. Drivers must master it all or be left behind. They've got just one shot at being the best. Time's running out for our drivers to make a move on the water. Now let's get our hands dirty. We're now in the last section of the race. Here's where drivers can choose to follow the road or cut through the swamp and play in the mud. The choice is theirs. Thanks for watching the second race of the Live Extreme Series. Don't forget to follow us on social media. From New Orleans, thank you, and we'll see you next time.
let me remind you of a little something about jet sprint boats. They've got no props and they're flat-bottomed. So with enough momentum, you can punch right over dry land for a shortcut. And to break records, sometimes you'll need to.
3, 2, 1.
Let's see how you do when the clock is ticking.
Come by and check it out.
You beat the time through the checkpoint.
You know the hardest thing about freestyle? Finding people crazy enough to do it. You've got to be like a 7 out of 10 on the crazy scale to even think about doing what we do. Maybe an 8. It's not a scientific scale.
3, 2, 1.
You're ahead of schedule. Keep it that way.
That race blew the roof off the crazy scale. If I could give you an 11, I would. Aw, heck, I'm in charge. 11 it is!
Radar only works when you're on the move, so get rolling if you want to find the live reward.
They say what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. But we've got a race coming up there, and everyone's gonna know about it. And where we're going, we won't need roads, my friend. Just canals, pools.
And a couple of kitchen sinks along the way.
Why not? This is a big deal. It's the first time anyone's raced here. A boat race in the middle of the desert. It's a crazy idea, but that's exactly why it works.
Next thing you know, they'll be racing planes on the strip.
Nah, that would never happen.
3, 2, 1.
Let's pool our efforts to make for a great race.
By the way, you want to tell me why we're having a boat race in the desert? Now's the time for you to go all in. About DIY. What you want to do doesn't exist. Invent it. Then tune it, test it. And when no one is looking, bam, turn it loose.
Yeah, we need to keep the crowds and the pilots entertained. We always need to find the twist, the thing to make it last. To say to everyone, stay tuned, wait till you see what's next. That was a nice race you ran. Too bad the world will never know about it. Because, as I may have previously mentioned, whatever happens in Vegas.
angel! Are you a jet pilot? Flawless jump! Flawless jump! Wings of an angel! Are you a jet pilot? Are you a jet pilot? Flawless jump! Wings of an angel! Compete to win! Give us some stunts! The game is on! Wings of an angel! Superb smash! junk! Wings of an angel! Flawless jump! Are you a jet pilot? Wings of an angel! Are you a jet pilot? May the winner win! Show us action! The event is open! Flawless jump! Wings of an angel! Are you a jet pilot? Flawless jump! Still with us? Wings of an angel! Are you a jet pilot? Flawless jump! Are you a jet pilot? Wings of an angel! Compete to win! Give us some stunts! The game is on! Flawless jump! Wings of an angel! Are you a jet pilot? Wings of an angel! Flawless jump!
Time's running out. Rack up the most stunts.
Some jump! Tight, but safe. Alternate teeth? Oh, my sharks! Oh, my new paint! Alternate teeth? Oh, my sharks! Some jump! Oh, my sharks! Close call. Some jump. many moves. Let the show begin! Superb smash! Are you a jet pilot? Flawless jump! What a stunt! Wings of an angel! Are you a jet pilot? Forgot to duck? Flawless jump! Wings of an angel! Are you a jet pilot? Flawless jump!
Competition for its own sake is nice, but it doesn't get you anywhere. As far as I'm concerned, you compete with a goal to come out with the most points. And once you're on top, you take what's coming to you.
The clock's ticking. Give us a lot of action scenes.
teeth. Some jump. Oh, my shocks! Oh, my shocks! Lost any teeth? Oh, my new paint! Some jump. A true trickster. Oh, my shocks! Oh, my clutch!
Good motocross is all about the jumps. The fans can't get enough of them. So let me see you catch some good air today. Just be sure to stick your landings.
3, 2, 1.
Listen up. I got a race you need to be a part of. You want eyeballs on you? This is the one. This event is so unique, it turned into a major happening. All the top riders will be there. Just one you gotta watch out for, though. Tucker Morgan. He don't say much. His driving speaks for him. So, you get on that bike, and you beat him. You hear me?
Three, two, one.
Wade? Wade, over here! Can we get a shot of you with the winner, Wade?
If you're hungry, why not treat yourself to a delicious mouth-watering snack.
Winning matters, but you know what else does? Owning the track. deep woods, heart of the city, it doesn't matter. If there's a path, we'll find it. If there's no road, we'll make our own. I'll tell you straight up, if you want to follow someone else's path, this isn't the place for you.
Rookie, look at you. You're my rising star in the off-road world. This is gonna be huge for me. And for you, too.
Looks like you're racing in the rain today. Don't think of that as a problem. Think of it as a challenge, one everyone else will have to face too. It can be nerve-wracking, but go with the flow, and it can be exciting as well.
3, 2, 1.
To achieve maximum results, you need to know your car insides and out. Every sound, every bump, every vibration. Because if anything's out of place, you can't drive your best. Now, you pay attention to your car, I'll be paying attention to you.
Three, two, one.
All right. I guess every little piece was in place.
All racers, your insurance forms must be signed and updated before you will be allowed to compete. We're having a flash sale right now at the box office.
3, 2, 1.
You want to win the race, not the first 50 meters. Remember, a good driver never lets the pressure get to them. That's why we train. So all the gauges and torques and G-forces become second nature. And then you can focus on the race. Now, I'll be watching you out there today to see how you do. So no pressure.
Three, two, one.
Well, well, well. I guess you can handle the pressure after all.
An all-new episode in the Live Extreme series is available now.
You've been invited to another live extreme race. I'm telling you, being a rising star has its perks.
It's time for some of those California dreams to come true, as proven racers and ambitious newcomers battle it out in the third stop of the Live Extreme series. It's non-stop action like you've never seen it before. Do you like speed? We've got it. Do you want to see jet sprint boats zipping their way through twisty passages? We've got that too. Do you like supercars on the streets of Los Angeles? Have we got something for you? Time for some pure speed there. And those cruise ship passengers are getting quite the view. Let's see what they have ready for us next. Are you kidding me? From a boat to a roof, and from a roof to the ground. Now there's a leap of faith for you. And now, over the river and onto a port full of containers. Those guys have no fear. They're gunning it as they head toward the home stretch of this section. For the final leg, let's go all out. It's not every day you get to see these kind of cars going full throttle along the LA River. Viewers, remember, you can vote on social media to tell us who, according to you, is the driver of drivers in this year's Live Extreme series. It's the last stretch of this race, a very technical section where drivers must keep their focus. From sunny California, this was the third race in the Live Extreme series. We're mid-season, and plenty of racers are making a case for why they should be crowned head of the series. So keep following us and your favorite drivers. We'll see you at race number 4.
Looks like Cluck Cluck Tuck is here. What I wouldn't give to see you beat him in front of everyone. I've had enough of that guy's humble act.
Three, two, one.
All right, you're beating him.
Let's have a good and safe time at the race today.
I love events in LA. Big cities mean big crowds, which means big sponsors. Not to mention big sales on t-shirts, hats, DVDs, you name it. Plus, I get to sleep in a real hotel instead of one of those rustic local rat traps.
Three, two, one.
If you ask me, the best part of the race isn't the race. It's winning the race. And that gives you points. And not to go all Yoda on you, but points lead to victory. Victory leads to party. And party leads to... You catch my drift? And you're the winner? Everybody wants to party with you.
Red rocks and blue water. Add some kids and you've got yourself a swimming hole. It's gonna look like a postcard out there, but don't let that distract you from your run. There's gonna be some tight spaces to fit through.
Three, two, one.
You're really causing a sensation out there.
I don't know if your friend Alexis taught you this, but trimming's gonna be key. Raise up the front of the boat and you pick up speed. Go the other way and you trade speed for tighter control. Use that and you'll save yourself some seconds when every second counts.
3, 2, 1.
Just keep it up and you're in the clear. We're always looking to create a spectacle. Why? People watch spectacle, and sponsors will pay good money for eyeballs, which we can provide. And that good money means everyone keeps the lights on. It's as simple as that.
All litter is deposited in the trash. Thank you.
Well, what do you know? Folks in the freestyle world are talking about you. Honestly, I'd pegged you as nothing but talk, no offense. Pleased to see I was wrong.
Did you know that the first bridge they built to the Florida Keys from the mainland was for the railroad? It took years before they built something you could drive on.
Absolutely fascinating.
Hero?
Yeah?
Shut up. Three, two, one. Keep in mind who you're representing out there. The debate that split us down the middle is simple. On one side are the people who want to modernize, who feel we have to adapt to changing times and try new things to find new audiences. On the other side are people who are wrong. Hoover Dam, Lake Mead, marvels of human achievement. And of course, we need to elevate them a little higher and turn them into a racetrack.
Hey, the spirit of competition is at the core of human endeavor.
You know what? You're right. Oh my God, I can't believe I just said that. Three, two, one. You may be in the back, but you're not washed up yet. Nice. There's nothing ahead of you but open water.
Security to the hospitality area.
I'm pretty sure I said it already, but I think sometimes you're not listening. Never mind. I'll keep talking anyway. So, do you remember that by doing events and stuff, you gain parts for customizing the look of your rides? And that you can equip them at the house? Heck, you can even purchase new ones if you want.
It looks like Clarence has decided to grace us with his presence today. How nice of him. Although nice isn't always how he plays. Keep an eye out for him, especially at the intersection of the track.
Three, 2, 1.
That's just the way I tuned it.
Looks like you've been making a name for yourself on the circuit. You know what that means? It's time to train harder. It's always time to train harder.
3, 2, 1.
Go out there and win.
just in. British-based oil company American Petrol has announced that the TV rights for their annual race have finally been sold after an intense bidding war. Every year, as you know, the fan-favorite race features a different course. This year, we're here in beautiful Utah, where the race organizers promise a special surprise.
See that? This is one race you're going to be sitting out. It's my time to shine, which means you get to watch as I show you how it's done. That might not be fair, but life isn't always about fair. Sometimes you just have to wait your turn. Thanks for understanding. I knew you would.
It's my time to shine. Yeah. Who does this guy think he is, telling us we can't race? You know, that's an excellent question. I say we race anyway. Right? What's he gonna do, ground us?
3, 2, 1.
What the hell are you doing in this race? I thought I told you this one was mine. All right. If you want to try and make a race of it, I'll school you.
If he could drive as good as he talks, there'd be no way you could beat him. I really think you can take him.
Take a look at this crowd. I'd say it's raring to go.
You think you'll ever be as good as me? Think again.
Nobody ought to be in this to get famous. There's no TV cameras where we do our best work. Mother Nature sees what we're doing, and that's enough. I don't need to be a rock star to feel good about what I'm doing. You want stars? Come with me on a night drive in the desert, and I'll show you the biggest night sky you've ever seen. That's what I'm talking about.
That was my race to win. What do you think you were doing taking it away from me? You need to understand how this relationship works, because right now, it doesn't. Not for me. That's what matters. It's rare to know exactly when a sport began, but for Rallycross, we know it down to the hour. February 4th, 1967 on TV. The sport was literally made for television. Talk about visionary. Now let's carry on that tradition.
Three, two, one.
Tucker once told me that the short laps make driving rallycross like learning a musical score. You can learn the ins and outs and really find the rhythm and pace of a course. Once you find that tempo, you'll be in the zone.
Three, two, one.
speed. Get your tickets for upcoming races now. Featuring your favorite drivers.
You say all you want about how much you love nature. But if you're tearing it up just to get a picture of a squirrel in its natural habitat, that's a funny kind of way to show love. They can talk all they want about how they're all about the simple life, but it's hard to hear over the sound of their engines. Red hot chili fries at the snack stand.
Okay, here's the deal. Las Vegas, Fremont Street nighttime drag racing. 3 rounds, no holds barred, and the best thing about it is totally legal. I think I might even lay down a totally legal wager on this one, just to give you a little more incentive.
3, 2, 1.
For a healthy treat, try some fresh Processore, available at our drink carts.
Gonna need to swap out the timing chain on your engine. But you know what? That's okay, because now we can afford to replace parts that are broken instead of having me duct tape them back together.
Enter the charity round. This is your chance to win a helmet autographed by the driver.
I can probably tweak the engine a bit more and squeeze a little extra performance out of her. Glad we're in a place where we can do that.
No food is allowed in the paddock pre-race.
One legit race in the books. The better each of these runs, the easier it is to set up the next one. And this one ran great. I tell you, there's nothing like what we do. Showing off what all those hours of work turned into, letting the world see that perfect paint, popping the hood to show off what you built part by part with your own hands. But then you slide behind that wheel. You hear that monster growl. You turn it loose on the quarter mile. You gotta live it to feel it. It doesn't matter how much I want to bring all of us onto the right side of the road. Not everyone's cool with that. Means we still have to race illegal, but that's okay. The only way to change things is from the inside, right? So let's change it.
Three, 2, 1.
Only at the gift shop.
You're gonna own the quarter mile!
Testing. 1, 2, 1, 2.
Three, two, one. 2, 1.
The hardest part of drifting is knowing when to let go.
During race preparations. Thank you.
There's a fine line between drifting and losing control. Don't cross it. We don't have a championship. Kind of hard to do when you're not official, so we got the list instead. It's sort of unofficial ranking of the top 10 drivers out there. Make the list, and you make a real name for yourself. Make it to #1, and woo-wee. But you gotta start at the bottom before you can make it to the top. One thing at a time, one thing at a time.
Let's have a big hand for special guest.
There's a double apex turn on this drift circuit. It's quite technical, but master it and you can link it in one slide.
Remember, race fans, next week we're launching an exclusive 10K event. Don't miss it.
That's it. Keep a firm handle on that wheel.
Take a look at this crowd. I'd say it's raring to go. Buy admission to next week's event now at the box office.
After the bridge, there's a 360 turn. Time to pull up a nice drift.
Get your fresh popcorn at the snack shop now.
chicanes, bumps, and turns, you'll make it to the end.
If you're hungry, why not treat yourself to a delicious mouth-watering snack?
What we've got here today is a race for charity. Had to call in a lot of favors to make it happen, but it had to happen. A whole lot of people from the mayor on down don't trust us. Time to show everyone we're more than just outlaws. Get ourselves some good buzz for a change. Can't hurt, you know what I'm saying? Oh, and the race? It's gonna take over the whole harbor, including cargo ships. Careful you don't drift yourself right overboard, cause that can hurt. You wanna make a splash? There's better ways to do it. People think we're dangerous, that we're criminals because we run in the streets. Well, that ain't true. We're about more than that. We love what we do, and we want to take it to the next level, to go legit. Change isn't easy, but sometimes it's needed. The trick? Getting everyone on board with that. It's about the future, see? Just a question of which one we're headed for. You've been doing some serious street racing. You're piling up the victories. Feels good, doesn't it? I know it does. I won a few races back in my day. But remember, if losing's a good test for friendship, so is winning. I'm not saying it'll happen to you, but I learned how fast things can go south. Learn it the hard way. But Shimara's been with us as a sponsor since day one. It's time for them to re-up their contract, and I really don't want to lose them. So we gotta show them they're getting their money's worth. And by we, I mean you.
Three, two, one.
Good news. Bushimara is staying in, and it's all thanks to you.
Is that yellow loot? Yellow loot's a mechanic's dream. Every part gives you the usual stuff, but if you collect a set of 7 specific pieces, you get a super cool new bonus. There are 5 sets with 5 different bonuses, but you can only use one. Drops are random, so it may take time, but wow, is it worth it!
You can beat my score, but you can't beat me.
Damn, you're legit. Sorry, couldn't help it. I'm trying to get us to go legit because if we're not running legal, people are going to get hurt. There's just too many problems. Tickets, jail time, unpleasant discussions with law enforcement officials, and that's before you start talking about people getting hurt. So go with instead of go against is what I'm thinking. Hopefully that's what you're thinking too. Sponsors open doors. It's as simple as that. Get yourself the right sponsor on board and you'll find yourself racing places you never dreamed you could. Like, say, Central Park.
Three, two, one.
Enter into the race area. Repeat.
I'm gonna
stay out
enjoy
of the race
watching
area.
you wreck.
Welcome to Vegas, the only city in the world where you fly in for a drift race, and the first thing you see when you step off the plane is a slot machine.
I totally saw a pizza place first.
Hero,
Yeah?
shut up.
Three, two, one.
Remember to relax and let the car do the work.
Now available, the next event in the Live Extreme Series.
Another live extreme race. I'll win again and you'll be swimming in followers. How's it feel to be a star?
If you're not on the list, you're not one of the top 10 racers out there. If you're not top 10, and to me, you're nobody. I don't talk to nobody, see? This is me not talking to you. And I've already been doing it for too long.
Things are about to get rocky for our racers as they take on the American Southwest for Series Stop number 4. Will the rookie, who's come out of nowhere, continue their dominance? Or will the established stars regain their shine? Get ready to find out. For this race, the Grand Canyon is under snow. That may surprise you. For this race, the Grand Canyon is under snow. That may surprise our non-American viewers, but you should know that this isn't an unusual sight. The Grand Canyon has a microclimate of its own, one that will test our drivers' reflexes and skills. It's a tight race so far. Anyone could jump into the lead. That's impressive driving, ladies and gentlemen. As we switch from asphalt to dirt, it'll be interesting to see if it changes things up. Or are our drivers so skilled they won't even notice the difference? How about we make some legends? Get a load of that scenery. This racecourse is magnificent. I have no idea how the competitors keep their focus in such a spectacular setting. This is some exceptional racing, folks. Live, the best camera system on the market, is proud to bring you Event 4 of this season's Extreme Series. Live. Track, record, share. Let's put our racers to the task along the Colorado River. We're about to enter a difficult portion of the race. There's a lot of tight curves, rocks narrow the passage, and it's a long way down with no guardrails. And that's even before we take into consideration the loss of grip created by the snow. It calls for careful technical driving. This bridge indicates we're coming up on the finish line. Racers, if you want to make a move, it's now or never. From the Grand Canyon, thanks to all of you for watching the live Extreme series test the skills of the world's best racers. Keep on following us on social media, and watch out. Race number 5 is going to be a doozy.
Drift cars behave in very specific ways. You need to balance gas, brakes, nitro, and steering. But I'm sure that's no challenge for you. Or is it? Let's see if you got it figured out.
While you're waiting for the race,
3, 2, 1.
picked out the jams there. You did me proud. The 510 gang used to run scrambles here. I have friends who ran with them back in the day. They're gone now, but the race remains. Minus the ringers, of course. We play this one by the rules these days, so it's a damn sight safer.
3, 2, 1.
Fabulous day of racing.
You're gonna roll the competition. This remote location is great for taking street racing legit. It's easier for Luttrell to get an okay from the authorities when we're racing someplace out of the way like this, instead of, down Main Street. Can't imagine why.
Three, 2, 1.
It's all about the bragging rights. Gotta talk up your wins, gotta talk up your ride. Yours, for example, is cool, but it could be way cooler. You could tweak it instead of chilling out on your couch, and you have something worth driving. Where I used to ride, I had a signature look. Blue and gold. You should take some time to find yours. Welcome to Miami, home of one of the biggest street racing communities out there. Could be because you can get almost anything certified street legal. Could be because that's just how the city rolls.
Three, two, one.
There is a red sedan parked in a restricted area. Repeat, a red sedan. Please do not smoke while in the pit.
Drag racing seems easy, but it requires tremendous amounts of focus and technique packed into a very short time. So let's see if you've done your homework. If not, it'll be a drag.
Three, two, one.
Keep your eye on your rev counter, not on the clock.
Let's have a big hand for special guest, Bobo the Clown. One and all, we're so glad to have you here today. Fantastic course we have for our racers to compete on.
I don't know what else there is to say besides damn. And good job.
Going legit means leaving what this is all about behind. Not me. I'll do a legal race. I'll do any kind of race where I can win, but come on. I want to be out there on the streets letting it rip, not baby with rules and safety regulations. Those are for cowards. The street is in our blood. And if that means our blood's on the street sometimes, so be it.
I see Tucker's here. That neck-bearded beatnik doesn't know when to quit. He just doesn't get it. He may be the champ, but we're the future.
Three, two, one.
Get your official race flag at the souvenir store.
Stay focused. Tuck is running this race. Now, I don't like him, but the man can ride. If he's not ahead of you, he's right behind you. And he won't hand you the win. You'll have to fight for it.
3, 2, 1.
Y'all ready for this?
turns are tight and the straightaways are short, so ease up on the throttle once in a while, unless you want to be picking swamp grass out of your teeth.
Three, two, one.
You're beating the course mark.
The lanterns sure give this course a special look. Just don't get distracted by the pretty lights, or you'll have yourself a special crash. That's some of the best jet sprint racing I've ever seen. Now, you ain't stupid, so I'm guessing you've noticed there's more than one way to make a name for yourself with the family. However, just because you can, don't mean that you have to. You'd rather just tool around the country taking pictures of Bigfoot? Be my guest. It's about freedom. The freedom to challenge what you think are your limits, and the freedom not to.
Temporary tattoo with every gift shop purchase. Take a moment to check out the souvenir store. There's plenty to see.
Three, two, one.
You haven't beaten my time yet.
Sure all litter is deposited in the trash. Thank you.
Putting a course on the East River is tricky. Between the tight checkpoints and the wakes from the competition, you can run into trouble in a New York minute. But the city loves to race, so we run here every year. Which reminds me, I have some good news and some bad news. The good news is that you've done enough to get yourself on Clarence's radar. That's also the bad news. Expect him to do whatever it takes to make sure you're not a threat.
3, 2, 1.
He's gonna get someone hurt. Make sure it isn't you. Now, nobody's gonna hold the door open for you just because you're a pro. They're more likely to shut it in your face. There are drivers out there who will do anything to win. But if the voice in your ear says cutting corners is okay, tune it out and listen to me instead. Act like a professional. Have higher standards. Respect yourself, respect the sport, and you'll get my respect too. The Mississippi River. Back in the day, they used to race steamboats down this thing. The winner ran a whopping 13 knots. Not much by modern standards, but back then, it was the talk of the nation.
Three, two, one.
Let the other racers get caught in your wake. There's only one way to get to the top, and that's practice. And when you're done practicing, you practice some more. If you want to be a truly great driver, whether it's in a powerboat, a touring car, an open-wheeled race car, a plane, or a unicycle, you need to get to a place where your moves are instinctive. The only way to get there is to try and then try again. And don't you dare yes mother me about it.
making progress. Today we're racing cops instead of being chased by them, and they love going all out against us. It's good for us to be running the right side of the law, unless we beat them. Oh, hell. Go beat them anyway.
Am I seeing things, or is there a baby seat in the back of one of the cars lining up?
A lot of people can't afford a racing ride and a regular one, so they race their everyday drive. As long as you don't tell me you saw a baby, we're fine.
Three, two, one.
Want to drive like our racers? Ask Racing.
up against classic American muscle cars from the 70s, and you're doing it on their home stomping grounds. These cars are legends. To beat them, you're gonna have to flex some serious muscle of your own.
Remember, Alpha Grand Prix is the crown jewel of the pro racing world, and it's where Clarence is true royalty. You want to beat him on his own palace grounds? It's gonna take your best and then some. Three, two, one. To purists like Clarence, Alpha Grand Prix is what pro racing always has been and always should be. They're wrong. It's been evolving since the very first lap. Yes, those old cars are classics, but they're not as fast or as safe as what we make today. Change is part of our tradition. Three, two, one. Let's show them you can handle that much car. You know, it's been a while since I've gotten behind the wheel. What do you say to a 3-race tour? Me versus the whole team, plus a few guests. Want to see how well the students hold up against the teacher? Three, 2, 1.
Prepping your ride has been my masterpiece.
Don't forget to check out our souvenir store before you leave.
I always knew you were the best racer on my team, but it looks like you're going to be even more of a challenge than I thought.
To all those consuming adult beverages to please drink responsibly. Security to the restroom.
3, 2, 1.
You
All right, you've beaten me twice. But third time pays for all. You think you can do it again? I've got faith in you. You should too.
You know what's bigger in Texas? Everything. And that includes the trucks. Ain't no two ways about it. You're in the perfect place to be running one of them beasts.
Three, two, one.
You're a monster behind the wheel. some super good driving. You know, for all that we act out of line sometimes, everyone here has a big heart. If you ever need help, you can be sure that everyone will drop what they're doing and give you a hand. It's just the way that we are. Free spirit doesn't mean selfish. It's exactly the opposite. And if you don't feel the same way, there might not be a place for you here.
Knocking out a top score is all well and good, though that's not all there is to it. Show off your skills and do some sweet stunts, sure, but master your ride and you'll get rewarded for that too.
Three, two, one.
Look, we're all for pushing the envelope, but freestyle don't mean stupid. You want to push the edge with a new stunt? That's your right, and more power to you. You're fool enough to take a jet sprint boat out into open water, that's just plain irresponsible. Not that it's gonna stop anyone around here from doing it, mind you. Knowing your limits is a big part of testing them. This is easy. Just ring up the points and roll with it. You want to know how we got those coins with the points floating in midair? Sorry, can't tell you. Top secret military technology and all that.
Three, two, one.
Let me tell you a secret. The limits to freedom don't exist. Anything you want to do, if you think you can do it, you should try. Some people might call what you try crazy. They may even be right, but what does that matter? The only way you're going to know your limits is by going past them.
The white zone is for loading and unloading of passengers.
Did I ever tell you what the definition of insanity is? Nah, it ain't what you think. It's racing monster trucks. They're not built for it, not even a little bit. So naturally, that's what Sophia and her friends want to do. Wait, don't tell me. You're in on it too. Of course you are. Well, get ready to roll, because roll is exactly what those suckers are going to do on you if you're not careful.
hear these trucks aren't built for speed, but that's never stopped me before.
The beach is where you're gonna make or break this run. Gear yourself up for it. You're on a roll. Now just don't roll your truck. Keep tearing up that track. That's what it was made for.
Thing is, when you play the sort of games we do, all day, every day, people might think you're just a little immature.
Darling, if you don't mind my saying so, they ain't entirely wrong.
Yeah, okay. But even if I don't take myself seriously, I do things seriously. I can outfly you and outdrive you any day of the week. And then stealth prank you on the weekend.
Stealth prank? Really? That's not even a word. See what I have to put up with? But they're missing the point. We've got the big toys. Why not make a big noise? Let me give it to you straight. We cook up something new, we try it, we fail, we try again till we get it right. Want a car to be more than a car? Jack it up and see what you get. Same with a plane or a boat.
Isn't that how Jet Sprint got started in the US? Two guys had a few too many and decided they wanted to race boats in a parking lot. So they grabbed a shovel.
If you can find your way around a toolbox, you'll be fine.
That was totally crazy. I loved it. Let's do it again sometime, only bigger and better.
Look at that. You're becoming a real resident freestyler. Now, if you could only keep that bird of yours in half as good a shape as your reputation.
May the winner win! Show us action! The event is open! Brakes failed? What a stunt! Are you a jet pilot? Top notch! Superb smash! Wings of an angel! Flawless jump!
So hey, it looks like you're really getting your name out there. That's great. I'm happy for you. You're doing everything right. But I just want to remind you, if we end up competing, I'm still gonna kick your butt. It's nothing personal, but it's gonna happen.
Competition! Make many moves! Let the show begin! Are you a jet pilot? Wings of an angel! Flawless jump! That sure hurt. Wings of an angel! Are you a jet pilot? Best drift ever! Flawless jump!
Don't you worry about Emmett. He might come across as a grumpy old bear, but he's really just a big cuddly teddy bear. He's all bark and no bite. Wait, do bears bark? If they did, they'd sound like Emmett.
For this race, you'll be driving a Mercedes X-Class pickup truck, and so will the competition, which means it's the driver that will make the difference. And I say that knowing you'll be the best out there.
Three, two, one.
The trick is taking what the terrain gives you. Look who thinks you're putting on a show. Wade's got it wrong. To understand what we're about, you have to understand there's nothing like what we do. Mix the thrill of the ride with the thrill of getting way out there in the backcountry, and you've got something special. You need to feel it to get it.
This kind of race isn't just a race. It's a couple of checkpoints and you finding the best route between them. Now, good luck on not getting lost. Only the top racers get to run here, which I guess says something about you. Don't get too cocky, though. It's a long way from getting invited to sitting in the winner's circle.
Three, two, one.
You're starting to push me. Everyone's got a moment where they realize why they're racing. And for me, it was the day my bike went one way and I went the other, and I broke 2 ribs. I picked my bike up, climbed back on, and kept running. Won that race, too. Wouldn't let myself lose no matter what. The details, just the things you tell stories about later.
Yeah, I'd say that race went well for us. I got the check, we got the win, we got our name in the paper. Very well indeed. This place, beautiful, wild, empty. That's Tuck's country, not mine. But that's good, because it'll allow me to focus and set a decent time. Nothing spectacular, but it'll let me see what progress you make by trying to beat it.
3, 2, 1.
looking at your time, I'd say you absolutely crushed it. I guess congratulations are in order.
We have a lost little boy at guest services. Would his parents please come retrieve him?
Get ready for an all-new episode of the Live Extreme Series, available now.
Wasn't so long ago that we got our shot to race against the pros. Now, Live wants us to be the pros the hotshot newcomers want to take down. I'd say we've done good. Now, let's go defend our turf. So famous now, there's not a race in the world that wouldn't invite you. Keep winning, and fame will keep coming. And you know what comes with fame? Followers.
We're in upstate New York for race number 5 in the Live Extreme Series. And boy, have we got a twist for you. We're going to show you some familiar territory in a whole new way. Tough Cameras for the Toughest Conditions is proud to present one of the most exhilarating races on the circuit. And it may be exhilarating, but it's also as tough as our cameras. To make it to the finish line on this one, you have to be among the best. The good news is, that is exactly what we have for you today. The best. They're heading across the covered bridge. The most modern cars in the world thundering their way across an antique. Now that's what I call a spectacle. Is that the Big Apple we see in the distance? Well now, at this speed, our drivers will be taking a bite out of it in no time at all. Time to take things to the next level. Now that's something you don't get to see every day. Open wheel racing in the heart of New York City. Also, no traffic at all. What a ride, ladies and gentlemen. What a ride. Round and round and round they go. Let's make a splash with our grand finale. Be careful not to get dizzy now, because this next section in Central Park has a lot of curves, and they're all tight ones. What a place to host the finest in jet sprint racing. What a place, folks. Just look at the view, because our pilot sure can. Time for our racers to really pour it on. Once again, coming to you from New York, the city that never sleeps, and who could sleep after the excitement we just witnessed? Thank you for tuning in to the Live Extreme Series, Episode 5, and we'll see you one more time for the season finale.
Beverages are allowed in the paddock.
Street racing is not just about racing, it's about style. And drift is about as stylish as it gets. Except, of course, if you're drifting someplace unique, like Central Park Reservoir. Well, I'd maybe have chosen a different car, but style, I can't teach you that. You're getting pretty accomplished out there. Don't let it get to your head, though. Winning's not guaranteed. You get cocky, you get sloppy. This race, you're doing a family affair. One of our own had his house burned down, so we're putting on an event to raise money for him. You're in, you got nothing to lose, and all the good karma in the world to gain.
Three, two, one.
Let's have a big hand for special guest.
Clear your mind and the car will follow. Driving legal has its perks. For example, you're going to be going just a little bit faster than the speed limit on the FDR, and nobody's going to give you a ticket.
Three, two, one.
I know you got the heart in you to win today. LA's probably one of the two cities where street racing car culture is king. You win here, you probably make your name nationwide.
You're gonna challenge me in that thing. Braver than I thought.
One and all, we're so glad to have you here today. To drink responsibly while at today's race.
I'm liking what I see so far. I got some great news. You're on the list. You know what that means? It means you're top 10 in the country. People are going to notice you for sure, and they're going to come after you. You only been a challenger until now. Get ready to get challenged.
Three, two, one.
Six-year-old boy. He's waiting for you to get personal. Please come pick him up.
Three, two, one.
Take it to 11.
So I hear you made the list. Top 10 in the country. You get a gold star, and you know what else? It means you're finally worth beating. You won't be taking my place. Not now. Not ever.
Now, don't you get distracted out there today. Not by the scenery and not by Tio. You worry about anything but your driving, you'll end up wrapped around some tree in Rhode Island or something. Yes, sir. That's why I don't leave the city.
Three, two, one.
Okay, you pass me. Now let's see what happens when I pass you.
U.S. Speed Tour West, Special Number 7, Los Angeles, California. Race the City of Angels, Tinseltown, Hollywood. Coming up to the arrival line soon now, which driver will master the record?
It's simple. Doing things gets you followers. The more followers you have, the more you'll be invited to do cool new things where you can earn even more followers. And bucks. Big bucks, which we can use to buy all the cool stuff we want.
closing in on number 1 on the list. I know you'll get there. Just keep on keeping on. T.O.'s gotta be feeling the heat, 'cause you are on fire.
So you're top 5 on the list. I guess the list isn't what it used to be. It's up to me to clean it up and put you back in your place.
Don't lose your cool, but you just hit number 2 on the list. That means you can finally take on T.O. and prove once and for all who's the best racer on the street. You may think that you've had some tough races. You're wrong. This one's for all the marbles. It's a head-to-head showdown with T.O. on the streets of Florida. Hypercar and then pure street racing. You win and you're top of the list, ruler of the streets. You lose, we're not gonna talk about losing. Got no place for it. You can do this.
You're not going to beat me. Why even try? You don't belong at the top of the list.
You got him right where you want him.
Remember T.O.'s weak spot, his ego. Don't let up. Give him everything you got.
Should be running this without rules. True street style.
Did it! You won!
Top of the list.
Wow, Teal's gotta be so mad. Not that there's anything wrong with that.
Now, a lot of us want to take this off the streets and go legit. Safer for everyone, and we can run that much harder, but not everyone wants to step away from our roots. They talk about what it takes to run out there, the high that comes from risking everything. They say the streets are where we came from, where we belong. It can be hard to argue with that. Congratulations, you're top of the list, the new #1. You beat T.O. at his own game and impressed a hell of a lot of people along the way. That's work to be mighty proud of. By the way, if you go back to the spot, you'll see a little something waiting for you.
If it is what I think it is, it's gonna be hella fun getting it out there on the road and seeing what you can do with it. You're not gonna rest on your laurels, are you?
Well, well, look who's a big shot all of a sudden. Let me tell you a secret, my friend. I taught you everything you know about motocross, not everything I know. So I'd say my record's safe. And that sound you hear? It's the seconds ticking away until you lose. But good luck trying.
You're actually making a run at it.
The thing is, you really want to understand this country, you've got to get down and dirty with it. Get on a first-name basis with Mother Nature. Ride cross-country like I did when I turned 17. You'll see, there's so much more to this place than just the cities. More than tourist traps built on parking lots. And you've got to come out here and see it all for yourself. North to south and sea to shining sea.
What do you know? Someone got lucky. That record stood a long time, and I hate seeing it broken by a fluke, but that's what it takes for you to win, then that's what it takes. Still, I'll thank you to stick to beating other drivers from here on out and leaving my records alone. Well, well, who'd have thought that Lumberjack Tuck would have come out to race in a city like this? Can't wait to watch you send him back to the woods where he belongs.
Three, two, one.
Listen to me. You've got talent, that's true. But this isn't just about talent. You need something to unlock your true potential. More accurately, someone. Me. You try to go it alone, you'll crash and burn. So far, what you've shown me is above average. Barely. And that's not what I'm looking for. You need to shine so the sponsors are chasing us and fans are ripping my shirt off, and we're not there yet. I haven't been chased once since you arrived, and my shirt's looking just fine. That's on you.
Cleanup crew to the information center. Cleanup crew to the information center. Contest starts in half an hour.
I hate the swamp, but it's the perfect setting for my personal branded hovercraft racing series, Gator Rush. It's what hovercraft were made for, and it'll be a fire hose of money, fans, and fame. I got the hovercraft from some freestyle clowns. In fact, I'm letting one join us today. Sophie or something. But don't worry about her. Tucker's the one you gotta beat.
Three, two, one.
It's pretty remote out here, isn't it? I had trouble finding the place.
Remote's how we like it. Thanks for lending us your hovercraft.
Thanks for letting me Gator Rush. Hope you don't mind if I crush you.
I don't mind losing if you don't.
Get real. You're both gonna lose to my friend out there.
Wow. A lot of inertia on these things. Feels like driving a crab.
It feels like adrenaline, and that's what I'm here for.
How about cooling yourself down with a delicious, refreshing juice or soda?
I like this all-in-one vehicle. My pickup doesn't handle this well in swamps. Like the view? In off-road, we leave the beaten path to find the beauty of nature.
In freestyle, we leave the beaten path to find the fun. That's why we like to share our toys.
Oh, please, get a room, you two.
Woo! You folk are a blast.
Thanks. You race like you mean it.
And you race like you need it.
You know the best part of setting up my own event, the awesome Gator Rush? We're in it from the beginning. There is no champ, everybody's equal. Which means we get the first shot at the fans, the fame, the glory, and the money. It's not just Gator Rush, it's a gold rush.
Three, two, one.
License plate covers are now available at the gift Parents of a lost 6-year-old boy. He's waiting for you at guest services. Please come pick him up. Remember, Race fans, next week we're hosting an exclusive 10K event. Don't miss it. Get your official race flag at the souvenir store. What a fantastic course we have for our racers to compete. Enter the charity round. This is your chance to win a helmet autographed by the driver.
That's my winner. A genuine off-road star. I can't wait to watch you put Tucker Morgan in his hippy-dippy, holier-than-thou mountain man place.
Area. Do not enter into the race area. Repeat, stay out of the race area.
Most people think of hovercraft as a military vehicle, but I think of it as a party vehicle. The smooth ride doesn't shake the beer like a pickup. The ladies love it, and I get to parties at my lake house twice as fast when I cut across the lake.
To one of racing's premier events.
Three, two, one.
T-shirts are now available for sale in the souvenir store.
3, 2, 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, get your fresh hot specials at the concession booth. Feel the need for a race. Come to the merchandise booth for t-shirts featuring your favorite drivers. Get your Rainbow News Run at the snack stand. So glad you can join us for what's
I'm very proud of this race. I came up with the idea, helped make all the arrangements myself. See, Rallycross started in Europe, so in honor of that, we're gonna run with nothing but European cars. I know. Genius, right?
3, 2, 1.
You're in front!
friend, you're doing it wrong. There's all this good stuff that comes with winning, and you're not partaking when you could. But don't feel guilty about stepping into the lifestyle of a winner, because you are one. Make the right choices and enjoy this while it lasts. Because the end always comes sooner than you think.
We have a lost little boy.
What? Tucker's here. I told him not to invite that. Oh, never mind. Go make him wish he'd never shown up. That shouldn't be too hard, should it?
Three, two, one.
Oh, looks like old Tuck just can't stay away. Gator Rush is my event. Who told him he can come around here and ruin it? Do me a favor. If you happen to see a chance to bump him out there, do it extra hard just for me. Pretty please?
Three, two, one.
glad to have you here today. Please remember to drink responsibly while it's today's race.
May the wind be at your back.
Get your official race flag at the souvenir store. I think the crowd's doing the wave out there. Soda. Get it now at the drink cart.
Three, two, one.
The racers, my friends, are blowing in the wind.
No food is allowed Please do not annoy the driver.
Do you have any idea how hard it is keeping your hovercraft tuned up with all the crashing and ramming you do out there? You drivers treat these things like they're oversized bumper cars. Bumper cars. I love bumper cars. They're the only place I go where I'm not the worst driver around.
3, 2, 1.
Did I ever tell you about the time I met an amazing girl on the bumper cars? It's a great story. I kept ramming into her totally by accident, because, you know, me behind the wheel? Yeesh. The thing was, she didn't know I was bumping her by accident, and she was getting annoyed. So she bumped me back really hard. So where was I? Oh, so we just kept going at each other, and after the ride, well, one thing led to another, and our parents took us for ice cream. Did I mention we were 8? Hey, did you win? Congrats! I was distracted.
Let me explain something to you. That championship, it means things. It means fame, it means sponsors, and it means money. Lots and lots of money. Which last time I heard, every good racer needed. The way you're racing now, you're letting the team down, not racking up the points we need. Think about what's at stake here before you go lallygag your way through the wildflower.
Available in the sales emporium.
You're racing through the bayou today. Don't know what the big deal is, bayou. It's just a fancy word for swamp. You drive in the water, and it's a straighter line to the finish. Drive on land, and it's faster. And mix and match to make your best time. And try not to get the car too dirty, huh?
Three, two, one.
Your time's telling me I have to step up my game.
Lots of obstacles on a course like this. And when I drove here, I always kept one eye on the distance to plan ahead. And that's free advice. You should take it if you want to do as well as me. I'll be keeping an eye on you. See if you measure up.
Three, two, one.
Don't get too aggressive or you'll wreck. And you're a long way from a tow truck.
See what happens when you listen to me? You win big, so don't ever stop.
Three, 2, 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1
I don't know what you're thinking or who you've been listening to, but I'm not liking what I'm seeing. I helped you get this far, and yet I feel like you're walking away from me. You took advantage of what I could do for you, and now you're going to leave me? Show me that I'm wrong. Look at this place. Nothing but rocks and sand as far as the eye can see. Going that far out into the wild? It's unbelievable.
Three, two, one.
That's a pretty good time, but I'm better than pretty good.
efficient, make many moves. Let the show begin! Best drift ever! Top notch! Superb smash! Stay with us! What a stunt! Best drift ever! Flawless jump! Top notch! Stay with us! Wings of an angel!
Here's the thing I love about Rally Raid. Everybody's on their own. Everyone has to find their own path. And the winner is the one who gets there fastest, however they do it and whatever it takes. That's how you win. In racing and in life.
3, 2, 1.
Be careful driving through the vineyards on this course. I own one of them, and I don't want you crushing my grapes under your wheels. Bare feet? Yes. Tire treads? No.
3, 2, 1.
I hope you prepped for this one.
Wade wants to see us right away. He sounded really ticked off. Think it's something we did?
I don't mean to speak ill of nobody, but you might want to reconsider running with Wade. Wade's all about Wade, not the family and not you. He may say he's mentoring you, but he's really just looking for you to rack up some points and win him a piece of the pie.
I've got to tell you, Hero, I'm not liking what I'm seeing. The relationship between me and your driver is, shall we say, a little rocky.
Whose fault is that? The way I see it, you've been putting yourself first this whole time. We are where you say we are, it's on you.
Fault isn't the question here. What to do is. Normally, a driver gives me trouble, I just let him go. But your friend's a little too poppy for that. So here's the plan. One race, one-on-one, for the whole shooting match. And if I lose, I'll leave. If I win...
You know what? You're on.
Three, two, one.
I'm gonna be picking you out of my tire treads. I gotta hand it to you. You're hanging tough. Passing you was so easy, I could do it in my sleep. Just a few more miles and then you're gone. What the hell just happened?
There was a deal, Wade. You lose, you vamoose. Time to hold up your end of the bargain.
No way. Not happening. And what deal? Anyone hear anything about a deal?
I heard you. Kind of a lot of us did.
Shut up, you. You didn't hear nothing.
Don't try and skip out on it, Wade. All these folks heard you agree to it. Now, are you gonna do the honorable thing?
You know what? You're right. I'm gone. But don't think you've heard the last of me. There's still plenty of road out there.
Well, that just leaves one piece of business. You beat Wade and got enough points. But you got him beating Wade. You really want to be champion here? You have to go through me.
Come on, Tuck, we've got nothing against you.
And I've got nothing against you. But someone's got to be the champion. So, we do one more race, head to head, to to see who really owns the off-road. Whenever you're ready, of course.
Three, two, one.
We're gonna see who the real champion is. Let's see if this'll throw you. Congratulations. I gotta hand it to you, you're the champion. Plus, you got rid of Wade, a pretty full day if you ask me. But what's next? There's gonna be an awful lot of drivers looking for guidance now. Who's gonna give it to them?
Well, nobody asked me, but I can think of one good candidate right off the bat. Tuck.
Who? Me? I'm not sure I'm right for the job.
Why not? You know these folks and you know the terrain. Who'd be better?
I don't know. I guess. Hell, I'll give it my best shot, at least until someone better comes along. And don't worry, you'll still see me out there.
We wouldn't have it any other way.
See, it's not about money. And like I told you, it sure as hell isn't about getting your name out there. It's about being lucky enough that we get to do this every day. I mean, if you told me I could make a living at this, I'd have said you were crazy. But here we are. Maybe we're not making as much cash as some, but take a look around. Here, there's all kinds of ways to be rich.
It's Sophia's mark you're gunning for here. And she can put up a heck of a fight with just a stopwatch. Just keep your head down and your eyes on the time.
Three, two, one.
Records are made to be broken. Mine and yours. You really know how to handle one of those boats.
There's freshly squeezed lemonade waiting for you at your car.
This is gonna be one heck of a race. A tricky one, too.
I have no idea what you're talking about. Narrow passages, going under piers,
Jumps, big waves.
watching the boats racing through an actual working port. It's never been done before. The drivers will have a blast and everyone will go crazy.
You'll be saying that right up to the moment someone gets creamed by a tanker.
It won't happen. We've got right of way.
Try telling that to the law of physics.
3, 2, 1.
Careful there. That's a tanker, not a toy. You got some tight fits coming up, so watch out.
This is where it gets fun.
I can't look. Okay, I gotta look.
Also, hope you like taking chances. Our people, they need thrills like normal folks need oxygen. That's how wild they get out there. We're talking pure, uncut adrenaline junkies.
Of course, that's who we are. Why do something that's been done before? So safe, so boring, so... No, thank you. I'd rather push it to the limit. It's so much cooler when you pull it off. You see? I told you it was worth the risk. You never feel more alive than when you're on the edge.
Registration for the next event is now open.
You're chasing Sophia's score. Boy, she knows how to drive one of those rigs. So get ready to let the sand fly and push that monster to its limits. You can get your world-famous Maine lobster dinner after you're done.
Three, two, one.
If you want to call me a brat, go ahead. I take pride in it. I can play beer pong and still beat anyone, anytime, at anything. Except maybe Sunday morning. Saturday nights are rough. So find your inner brat. I need the competition on the beer pong side.
Remember when you were a kid and you wanted to smash your toys into one another just to see what happened? Well, now, you've got a monster truck and a playground full of jumps. Go wild.
Three, two, one.
Learn to drive so well. I need to take some lessons.
Congrats. Looks like you've jumped through every hoop we've thrown in front of you.
Every hoop but me. We need one last race, just the two of us, to see who's the face of freestyle. What do you say?
Well, shoot. You've become the talk of the town around these parts. Good on you. You waiting for a round of applause or something? Go on, get back to driving. You're up against Sophia in this one. She's not gonna just hand the throne to you. You'll have to give it everything you've got if you want to win this. But if you do, it'll be worth it.
3, 2, 1.
Emmett's right. I'm not taking it easy on you. So put on your waders and get ready to slug it out in the swamp.
You're just getting started.
Don't hold back. The engine can take it. Time to show you can play with the big toys.
Isn't this better than driving on roads? Are you afraid you're gonna sink? Come on!
Water on the ground. Come on! Why did anyone think of doing this in the air, too?
Congratulations. You tackled that like a champ. Like a champ? You are a champ.
The all-new Live Extreme Holiday Special is now available.
You know those guys who think every competition has to be a fight to the death? Well, we do things a little different.
We do it right. We compete to push each other to be better than we are. In the end, I don't want to be better than you. I want to be the best. We all do. Always cheer for the winner and always try to be the person people cheer for.
Well, look at you, all shiny and stuff. You're the star of the show, and Sophia will be the first to congratulate you. And I was figuring you'd want to celebrate in the best way we know how, by getting right back out there in one heck of a new ride. Check back at the barn, and you'll see what I mean.
First to congratulate you indeed. I hate losing, but when it's to a friend who puts on a show like that, all I can say is bravo. Now grab your new ride and get back out there fast so I can whoop your ass properly.
Don't watch the race hungry.
This is the famous Lighthouse Regatta. You can see 8 different lighthouses from the course, though rumor has it you can actually spot 10 if you're good. I only saw 8, and I'm very good.
Three, 2, 1.
The Florida Keys are amazing. The beaches, the reefs, the lime pies. I don't know. If I took vacations, I'm sure they'd be at the top of my list. Right after Ford's original Model T factory, that is.
Three, 2, 1.
What we're trying to do is modernize the sport. I figure with new events and new tracks, we can attract a new audience. Otherwise, we risk losing audience members who are tired of the same old, same old. So that's why we're racing the way we're racing now. The alternative is running in place, or going backwards.
Just so we're clear, whatever nonsense your freestyling friends have been telling you, this is a race, and as such, the thing you'll see on the pier is a Ferris wheel. It is not, repeat, not a stunt flying hoop. Got it? 3, 2, 1.
Parents, don't forget about the face painting for kids under 12.
I had expectations. You're exceeding them.
You're... Never mind. Your name isn't important. What is important is this. You don't matter to me. I don't care how many races you've run or how good you think you are. You simply don't have what it takes to be a champion. So go back to racing tricycles or whatever it is that you do. You'll never win here.
Welcome to the Black Mount Air Race. Guess who holds the record on this course? Mr. Clarence Bishop III. I bet it'd irritate him to no end if you beat his time. Not that we'd ever stoop to that level, of course.
3, 2, 1.
picked up new followers for that action move you just did. Everyone you pull from now on gets you more followers, so knock yourself out. Every time you set a record, it gets uploaded to the Live app so you can share it with your friends and give them a chance to beat you, if they can.
Three, two, one.
You're a natural in the cockpit.
You're a winner, and I'm proud of you. But being a winner and being a champion aren't the same thing. You're close, but you're not there yet. Being a champion isn't about winning some races, it's about winning them all. It's about having a target on your back from every other racer and not caring because it's you they're chasing. Right now, you're still chasing Clarence. Let's see that change.
Today, you'll be air racing over New York City, which beats the heck out of driving through New York City. You think pro racing takes discipline? Try sitting in rush hour traffic.
3, 2, 1.
It's hard to soar like an eagle when you're flying with turkeys.
You're on track for the win.
Please do not smoke except in these areas.
From where I'm sitting, you've been slacking on flight practice, which is why I'm arranging for you to get some. You'll be handling a transport flight down to LA Airport for me. You'll be meeting your ride at the airfield on the 1. Try not to be late. This one's got a deadline.
Holy... Is that what I think it is? You know, I've got an idea. Why fly that beauty down to LA in that clunker when you could drive it? You'd be there no time. Of course, Alexis wouldn't have to know, and we could totally trick it out with cameras and broadcast your run down the coast. Ka-ching, views. Come on, you know you want to. Go grab a helmet and I'll take care of the rest. This is cool. We are getting so many viewers. Just hurry up and make sure you get the car to LA in time. Just so you know, you're starting to cut it close. Better pick it up a little. See? Didn't I tell you it would be awesome?
I understand taking instruction can be hard, especially when you've got a perfect ride and the open road ahead of you. But there's a method to this. Out here, you need more than talent. You need work. Perfection requires practice, and anything less than perfection won't be good enough. There are no shortcuts here, and nobody gets to the top on their own. Not me, not even you. The new blood needs the old wisdom, and the veterans need to pass on what they know. Now, if you ever call me old, I'll have you run practice laps forever. You are aware that when you broadcast, anyone can see, right? Including me? So I'll be honest, I'm disappointed. In Hero for coming up with his nonsense, and in you for going along with it. If you're going to race under my name, you need to listen. You need to put in the work. You're in it for the win, and that's how you get there. Understand? That was some nice driving, though.
Oh man, she is pissed. That was so cool.
Traditionalists don't realize that every discipline grew out of the same urge, to race. The first Grand Prix ran in 1906, the first modern air race in 2003, a century apart, but born from the same drive.
3, 2, 1.
That's a finely tuned machine you're piloting. Listen to it and it'll treat you well.
If you were up against anyone else, that would be good enough for a win. Look, let me be straight with you. I don't think all these gimmicks are necessary. True professional racing is done on the ground, in a car, on a track. All of this other garbage, this messing around with boats and planes and God knows what else, all of that is nonsense. Sure, it may boost interest in the short term, but what happens when people get bored? How far are we gonna have to go then? If you ask me, and everyone should, we should stick to the classics. I'm better at them anyway.
In an air race, you've got to be aware of everything around you. Obstacles, doors, and especially the ground. It can be a lot, but you need to track it all to win. Just like I'll be tracking you out there, so I can give you some pointers after.
Three, two, one.
Get ready to own the friendly skies.
Looks like you were paying attention, and not just to me. You'll be canyon racing this time out. It takes skill, but remember, you are a precision flyer, flying a precision machine.
Between giant rock walls. Don't hit the giant rock walls. I'd miss you. And the plane.
3, 2, 1.
Let's see if you have any staying power. You've had your run, but now it's time for the natural order of things to reassert itself. If you keep thinking you've got it in you to make a championship run, I'll be picking bits of you out of my tire treads. Bow out and go home or let me destroy you on the track, whichever you prefer. Either way, I win.
The pros wear? Stop by the merchandise booth.
Engine idle?
Check.
Fuel gauges?
Check.
Altimeter?
Checkaroonie.
Landing gear position lights?
Checky McCheckerson.
Hero, if you're not gonna take this seriously...
Sorry, just excited for the race. I never had to tune a plane for something like this before. I mean, flying through Vegas landmarks? For reals?
For real. Like Hoover Dam, it's another new playground for us. This is what we need to modernize. The excitement, the energy, the new frontiers. But in the end, winning is still gonna take one thing. Some serious flying skills.
Skills we've got.
Three, 2, 1.
I don't think you can keep up with my time.
For me, there's no such thing as just a race. You always want to be giving the fans more. A new style of racing, a new star on the rise. That would be you. A reason for them to keep watching instead of drifting away. Changing it up keeps things fresh. Just doing the same old leads one way. Straight downhill. Me? I'd rather see how high we can climb.
Clarence is here to drive among us mere mortals. Aren't we blessed? He underestimates us. So let's remind him that technique is more important than a pedigree, no matter how impressive his is.
Three, two, one.
That settles it. You're as fine a racer as I've ever seen. You're ready for a shot at the championship, and to show Clarence that being a winner is not a birthright. Congrats. You've hit the top bracket in the pro racing circuit. You must have Clarence in your crosshairs. Just watch out in case he's got you in his. Here's what it all comes down to. You versus our old friend Clarence, head-to-head, for the championship. It'll take everything you've learned to win. Run well, and you've got this. Run poorly, and I'll never let you hear the end of it. I know which one I'm betting on you to do.
Three, two, one.
The championship is mine. Tricks and gimmicks won't keep me from beating you. At last, purest form of racing.
Clarence doesn't want to fix what he thinks isn't broken. Racing's worked just fine for him as it is. He thinks we're chasing what's trendy when we should be sticking to the classics. He might have a point, but just sticking to the classics is what gets you tuned out. Tradition has value, but it can't be your whole playlist.
The grand finale of the Live Extreme Series, a face-off between all the champions, is available now.
Live set up the super-duper extravaganza race, where you take on Tuck, Tio, Sophia, and Clarence, one after another, for the whole enchilada. And massive bragging rights. You'd be like the champ of Motor Nation. Ooh, I like the sound of that. We could put it on business cards and everything.
Welcome, folks, to the grand finale of the Live Extreme Series. We're here in Northern California for the most important race of the year. This is the big one, where the top drivers in Motor Nation take on their biggest rivals to see who really reigns supreme.
You want to rule Motor Nation? You're gonna have to earn it right here. I guess champion of it all is the only thing you'll settle for. All right, let's see if you still got it. Don't think I'm gonna take it easy on you just because I like you. Well, hot damn, this is one heck of a race.
You got past me once, not again. I'll get my payback now. There's no way I'm letting you take another crown.
Geez, it's kind of personal with this guy, isn't it?
This time, I'm not holding anything back.
Push it to the limit, darling.
You know I always do. I see you've been practicing. No points, no tricks, just you and me in a flat-out race. And it's about time.
Allow me to correct the mistake that was made before. It will be my pleasure to deny you this championship.
Clarence, you're just a sore loser.
No, I'm a great driver, as I'm about to remind your former protege. Out for a leisurely drive, are we?
There you have it, folks. A new champion who came from nowhere to take it all and be crowned head of Motor Nation. We took a moment to speak to those who know our champion best to get their thoughts.
He's earned it. He's dependable and trustworthy and one heck of a pilot. And he's proved that from the ground up.
I'm down with that. Though I'd vote for more up and less ground.
I deal only with winners. And winners like to deal with me. They know the secret is hard work. And they're willing to put it in to be the best. And don't think you can pull one over on me. Our champion could, but he's one of a kind.
Him? He's a fraud. And so is any racing circuit that would call him a champion. If he really wants to race, he knows where to find me.
He's done some real good for the family. And he ain't bad at racing, either.
Can he race? Sure, but he's more than that. He's become a friend. Just look at this car if you want proof of how thoughtful and caring he is.
I've been with the champ since the beginning, when we were a couple of nobodies. But I always knew he had what it took. Skill, determination, hard work, the whole package. Now look at him. Not bad for a couple of nobodies, don't you think?
So, how does it feel to be the new champion of the Live Extreme Series and the leader of Motor Nation? Surely you must be proud of everything you've accomplished.